I thought that everything was working for the last 10 minutes, but apparently nobody heard anything. So... well, let's see. We are now having the knockout night, and I don't even know what has came through and what hasn't. But we are concentrating on knockouts today. And as you can see, we are having a few knockouts. And you probably haven't even seen the knockouts that I have already dropped out of. And that's actually quite nice. I'm trying to use the normal knockout tournaments. I opened everything that was on late reg, and then I'm starting to fill them up with some 180-mans. So if you are using YouTube, please use the 180p or 720p option. And if you are hearing just mumbling, please tell me that I can fix it. Because nobody told me that you can't see anything. That's why I couldn't fix it before, like after I had already talked more than 10 minutes. So please, if something is wrong, tell me now. With the 8s, I think we could have an option as well to call here to set mine. Actually, it could even be a better one. When we are 3-betting and he's 4-betting after we have one caller, I think that it's going to be an easy decision for us. But you can see here, we are having two different kinds of knockout structures. We are first having knockouts, then we are having progressive super knockouts. And what's the difference between these options is that there are actually, I think there are 4 different knockout options on PokerStars. There are first the normal knockouts. And the normal knockouts mean that about 1/5 of the prize pool goes to the knockout pool. So the knockouts, they are just a spice in the normal knockout games. That they are not the main point by any means. And we can actually give some space to them to do something stupid with our top set on the king's hand here, and we can get them an option to catch something and maybe pay us a bit more in the end. I don't think that when he doesn't bet in the first half that he's going to be betting, and because he bets so small, I think it becomes attractive to re-raise so that we can get rest of our stacks in. It will be really hard to get the rest of the stacks in if I don't do anything at that point. And I won't be playing a 3x turbo today. I don't think that we have time for it. And are you excited about the evening with you and Markus? Of course I'm excited with the evening of you and Markus. It's going to be exciting, and we have something like 40 questions for the talk show already. So if we are getting like probably 60 more before we start, there is like 18 days to our preliminary date. So if we are getting something like 100 questions, we are probably going through the questions like always with a 2-word answer. So well, it will be interesting to see how the guys of Riihimäki are really doing. We have already heard Markus on some of our Finnish broadcasts, but we have not heard anything from Korpisoturi. And of course, 8-8 call wouldn't just be for set mining, it has some post-flop playability. Yeah, it has post-flop playability, and when we are having... That's why that's also why a call would be good there, because we are having a position as well, which makes playing post flop with 8s a lot better. But I think it will actually even be profitable if we are just thinking about set mining there. So, and I started with discussing about the different knockout structures on PokerStars, and we were only going, or we only did focus on the first one, the normal knockout, where about 1/5 of the prize pool is going to the knockout pool, and it's just going to be one structure. So the other structure is a super knockout, and what does a super knockout mean? That basically on a super knockout tournaments, the knockout prize pool is almost as important as the prize pool or the regular prize pool. So if you can see here, it's like 4 + 1. If we are thinking about this 440, it's 2 + 2. So the knockouts are way more important in progressive super knockout, or the normal super knockouts even. But the normal super knockouts, the problem starts going when you are going to the higher blind levels. Your stack may be, let's say even in here, if we got something like 10,000 of stack and we would have just let the normal knockout structure, our stack would be worth about $6, and if we are risking it to get a knockout, the knockout would be only 1/3 worth of it, even though it's the same worth when we are starting it. So even in super knockouts, I think the most important adjustments are on the end game, when people can be playing really bad when they are trying to get some knockouts to themselves, and you really need to take care. And then there are all the progressive knockouts, and the progressive knockouts you can see, like in here, you can see how much every player is worth in the knockout value. So every time you knock out a player in these progressive knockouts, you get half of the payout to your own account, and half of the payout increases your own progressive knockout. So, for example, in this $27 game, when we are starting with $12.25 bounty on our head, we can see that Fukuruku has practically earned his money back already in the game, because he has like $24 more of a bounty than the rest of us. And in these progressive knockouts, the knockouts may be, even at the end game, it may be something that you really need to take into account. And I think these tourneys that have the progressive knockouts, they are placing a lot of value in the heads up, because the situation, if you are ending the tournament as the second place finish or the first place finish, the difference may be huge. And when the difference is huge, it's really useful for you to be a good heads-up player if you are playing, especially if you are playing the 180-mans, because they are more often resulting in a heads-up situation. And actually, Korpistori did do Omaha with Kyberi. That's correct. I have already forgotten about it. But we have heard Korpistori also on the air before. And there is Galeon said that ice hockey started awesomely for Finland. And I didn't see the match, so how did the match with Finland against Latvia go? Because I haven't seen the results and I haven't seen the match, so I haven't had time today to to do anything about it, so please tell me how did it go? If it went awesomely, I hope it was a victory. It was a real surprise that Canada lost to France in the preliminary round of Ice Hockey World Championships. And Vakku asked about what is the typical mistake you notice for a break-even MTT player becoming a winning player. I think there are a few mistakes, and I think the number one mistake is that the most break-even players, they are not nearly aggressive enough. So especially when the blinds start raising, and it depends, because I have seen like two different modes that the players can have, and for some players that have started with a cash game background, they may be wizards in the early game, but it doesn't take a long time. It doesn't take a long time before, because when the blinds are going down, or blinds are going up and the stack size is going down, many of the cash game players are completely lost at the short stacks play. And I have seen like practically every cash game player because the short stack play is so easy, so we are playing perfect short stack play, and then when I see the players, they are making horrible mistakes while short stacked. So that's something that cash game players do a lot. And also, on the other hand, if players are even either started with MTTs or started with sit and goes, I think mostly the mistakes will be that they are still too passive, and especially at lower levels. It's easy when you see everyone around you just limping around and playing passively to go into it yourself and just to play the passive kind of play because you are seeing it so much. And Callan said that we managed to lose 3-2. That's not good. It's not like losing to French or losing to France bad, but it's still quite horrible. I don't remember when Finland has lost to Latvia last time around, but... And here I'm betting a bit over half a pot. There are a lot of draws that the opponent can have, and I think that we are getting decent value out of our opponent. And now it starts to get a bit more interesting, because now if our opponent isn't having an ace queen or ace king, the kicker doesn't play, so we are not having nearly as much of a kicker problem when the 8s paired the board. Because we are for aces, we are only losing to ace queen and ace 8 and ace king, so our hand value slightly increased there. And when I last tried to say anything about or tried to forecast anything, and I did think that the NHL playoffs, the final 8, would be a stupid round because all the pairs would have a clear winner and a clear loser, so I thought that every game in the NHL playoffs would be, or every series would be a blowout. And that's what I thought, but now, and I said something like, I'm thinking that the weaker teams in the playoffs are getting something like only 6 wins total for the 4 teams. And now the weaker teams have won 8 games, I think, so I was getting pretty screwed at that. We are having one guy limp, then we are having a raise from a Titus player that's likely not a good player. With ace 10, I don't like to be shoving there even though it's an option. I just think that we are having some problems because this guy's range will likely consist of hands that beat us, but we can have some really nice flops. And for example, on this flop, if we would have the flush draw, we can play really aggressively against the opponent. But I think that on that flop, when we are just having a gut shot and an ace, And the ace probably isn't even an out for us because of the Bauduzito's range. We can't carry on with that. And Callion said that increased or decreased hand strength is a bit questionable because the weaker ace-x splitting and... Yeah, the weaker ace-x splitting is a slight problem. I just think that when we are thinking about our opponent's ranges, they shouldn't have that much, because I think that the opponent in the hand was a reasonable player, so we shouldn't expect that many... We shouldn't expect that many 8s in their range. There might be some weaker aces, but I think that our opponent will have... Or actually it's probably a bit even that our hand strength pretty much stayed the same. That's actually a good point on Callion. And do you have to play turbos and regulars differently? I don't think so. You just need to be better in the late game when you are playing turbos. Like, but if you like to play knockouts, I think there is just one game that's regular speed and all the other games are turbos. And we are having quite an insane hand here. I need to move it here, so we got it in 3 ways, like ace-king against ace-4 and ace-9, so there is definitely value in the 135. And we had 60 BB stacks when we got it in with ace-king suited against 9-king off and ace-crap off, so I can't even say what I'm thinking about the opponent's game here. I don't think that it's a winning play. Let's leave it at that. And Julas Pro, greeting, any heads-ups in future plans? I think that when we are having a heads-up specialist as a coach, I'm not trying to, or I'm not taking the heads-up knockouts. And also, I think for the normal amount of games, the heads-up knockouts are pretty much eliminating any hope to concentrating on the other games. When we are such deep stacked, I like to open pocket pairs on pretty much every position, but when the stack size gets smaller, something around, let's say 22, 25 big blinds, then I'm not opening something like deuces. And I don't think that our opponent will hit that flop that often, and I think that most likely we can get it for cheap. And when he called, I don't think that he will give up on that board. And actually, it could have been better if it would have been a flush draw at the beginning, but I'll take it because I think now it's pretty much, it's going to be that we are having the best hand with our full house, and there will be a lot of options for the opponent to have a weaker hand that he will pay us off. Actually, I think that I might have even bet too small there, because I don't think that most of the opponents, especially if the opponent is like the Rolka is here, like 40/11, I don't think that he will get away from even something as weak as a Jack high or Queen high flush there, so I would have needed to bet more. Oh, Julas Pro meant that am I planning to run deep on any of my MTTs? I'm planning to run deep, but I'm afraid that like the nearest heads up, if we are running some of these games to the end, the nearest heads up will be, I think we will be somewhere around 3 or 4 hours from this moment. So even if I'm planning on shipping the MTTs I'm registered in, it's going to take a while before we can get to the heads up. So, And if there's any question about the knockouts or knockout structures or any other weird structure, please ask. So that's always a possibility. And as I said early on these knockouts, the main adjustment is that you are going to get called way easier than in a normal game, and you need to adjust your own ranges a bit, that you can't be that aggressive that you can be on a normal tournament, especially if your stack is lower than the opponent's stack, because then they can call for knockouts, and it's usually not going to be that good for you, especially if you are having a larger stack than your starting stack. And I think that's, like in the knockout tournaments, the worst mistake that the newbies do is that they are trying too much to get the knockouts. And when they are trying too much to just get the knockouts, this will be an interesting hand, because most of the players are calling or checking because it looks like there will be an easy knockout coming. And we are having a middle pair. I don't play that aggressively, because with a medium pair we will have a lot of problems in a 5-way pot, and I hope that you don't even think that we should bet here. And even when one opponent, when it's 5-way and there is the one player, and even when it's knockout and he can play a bit stupidly for trying to get the knockout to himself, I still don't think that the middle pair will ever be good enough here. And so how many non-Finnish users here are now? That's a good question. I hope that the non-Finnish users and Finnish users get on the chat and discuss something about the games. And we opened King Queen suited, then we c-bet small flop that shouldn't hit the opponent that well, and when the opponent min raised, I think that he's having something, and if he's having a jack, it's hard for him to give me value if I'm calling or if I'm betting myself, but I think that I can get some myself if I get the opponent space to play aggressively himself. And if you are watching this broadcast and you like what you are seeing, please subscribe to our YouTube channel, follow us on Twitter, or like our Facebook page so you will get the information about the next poker nights. And if you are joining our forum, you can ask me questions or ask us questions. We have now had a No Limit Hold'em Cash Games coach do a session. We have had a Pot Limit Omaha coach do 2 sessions in our site, so we are not just doing MTTs. And I hope you will be. And if you are just found this channel, please look at what else do we have on the channel. We are having tons of videos, and practically daily we are adding new material to our YouTube site, and we are hoping especially to get new English members to our English community. And Calleon said that didn't like that King Queen turn spot when the villain used a pot-sized bet. I'm thinking that when the villain uses a pot-sized bet there, he's usually weaker and he wants to get me to give up, and I think that then my queen is probably going to be good more of the time than against a regular half a pot bet. But that's also interesting, because I think with this Fabin Hofbo, he's going to be a wild card for sure. So it's going to be slightly hard to play against him. And I thought that the opponent can bluff some of his jacks, like turn the jacks into a bluff, even though he doesn't understand that he's doing it. But I think that's something that will happen. 9 jack suited. If we would have just 10 big blinds, then it would be an easy shove. But here I think it's a bit too much to shove. And I'm starting my patented search for looking at players that I want to play against. And let's see how good these tables look like. I'm doing a stat-wise play, but when I'm seeing that our opponents, if our opponents are doing something stupid, they can get this patch pretty quickly themselves. But the stats help a lot, because if the guys are playing most of their hands passively, they are just going to be losing players with such a high probability. So that's something that will be useful for us. Even the $54 game, I think I will like it. And Vladvau, hello. Nice to see you online as well. And so this broadcast will probably be ending at somewhere around midnight or a bit later than midnight. I'm aiming for something like 4 hours with the tournaments, but if we are getting deep into some of these, for example, if we are getting deep with this 440, it might be even 8 hours or something before we are on the final table. So, and it's an interesting one, and this will be an interesting shove. And why this is a shove? Because there is an opponent on the big blind with such a short stack that even though I think chip-wise this is probably borderline, but when there is a guy that will be all in and we can get his knockout bounty, this shove gets so much better. And unfortunately, even though we had a good chance there, we didn't run well, and there is one player that woke up with jacks there. So, and please put the HUD info a bit higher, of course. It's going to be a bit on the edge on how much I can get visible, but I hope it will be visible for all of you now. And we are having an interesting spot here. An unknown opens. We are getting a call from a mobile player. That's probably not a good player. We have 20 BBs and ace-jack. I think with ace-jack we are ahead of their ranges, and we are also getting folds. So this is going to be quite an easy spot to push. And as Calleon said, that one whale called with 10-5 off. I think the 10-5 off call is because there was the big blind with such a short stack, so he was doing anything to call there even with a weak hand. So that also increases my equity to shove when there is a really short stack on the big blind, because I can get calls from some of the worst hands possible. Like, that's not profitable because it was just a turbo knockout. So, like, there was a $10 bounty on everyone and $50 for... And here in the progressive super knockout, I'm going to be... And here it's also on the bottom left, it's going to be a bit interesting. We are having such deep stacks that I think that with a nut flush draw, and there are so many weak players, that I think that if we are hitting well, with our nut flush draw, we are getting great value out of these players. So we are not playing aggressively even when we hit our ace. This is just a play on the stack sizes, that when we are having 50 BB stack sizes, we are having bad players. We will want to hit something like 2 pairs or a good flush draw or something better. Or a good flush, of course, that's the best option. And even here, so we don't play this that aggressively, because there will be way better aces when we are five players in the pot, and he hasn't been that aggressive post flop, so I don't think that we are good that often here, and we don't have any draws, and this is one of those hands that this is a bit of a special play, and it's a special play on the players that are behind me. And here 3 jack off is just way too weak, and especially when there are 2 small stacked players, I think that we want to have a strong hand here before we open. And here we can see on the progressive super knockout, we are having an opponent, and we are not having a lot of info on him, but we have an info that he has dropped out many players during the tourney already. So when we know about it, we can assume, even when we are having just 10 hands, that he's likely playing really aggressive and he doesn't like to fold, so we are going to get it in with our ace jack, and we will be smiling all the way through. Or maybe not after the river, but I think this is going to be something that we are ahead of his range, and he's going to be calling us with a lot of stupid stuff. And as ordered, just like the doctor ordered. So this is probably the best thing about these knockouts, that the players are completely insane. And I love insane players. That's actually something that everyone should do. Like, I can see so many players on our forum, on other forums, on chats, and every time complaining about the bad players are. And the worst thing you can do is to chat on the table and start insulting the other player, because these are the players that you should be the most friendly against if you are a professional poker player. And we are in here, we are having 20 BB stack, and it's going to be an awesome opportunity. I think that even when there are 2 players calling, I think we have a really decent chance that we are still having the best hand. And this Totia, we are also having a really good chance that he will call us with some weaker hand, and so we will be playing for a large side pot as well. And this is something that I didn't completely expect, but it's also nice. It's always nice when we are running good. With King Queen against a really aggressive opponent, I could have folded, and probably folding would be the best option. But now when we called and we hit the top pair, we just want to get the money in. And when he raises almost a pot, we are just going to check raise it all in, and we are getting it in against ace 9. Oh, this is something nice, that when poker feels easy, it can feel really easy. Like, this is one of the better days at the start. That it's going to be really good when I'm doing good reads and I'm right with my reads, and then the opponents are doing just the stupid stuff that I expect. So it seems to be really good today. And that's also, Paistisil says that knockouts bring massive value to tourneys, and that's something that's really true. Actually in here, limping could have even been better than raising, because if we are limping and we are getting other callers, when this guy shoves, then it would reopen the betting, and when it would reopen the betting, then we could just shove it. And actually with deuces and eights, we are not getting the pot outright most of the time, but I think that we are way ahead of this Joao Campos' range, and if we are dropping Kalus out of the pot at that point, or we are starting to build a side pot, then we are having more opportunities to bluff later on, because there's a sizable side pot to bet on, and also we are increasing our equity when we need to only win a heads up pot against the Joao Campos with practically any card range. And Smodikin 82, we are probably having a lot of delay between the hands, and so please could you tell me what was the table where you asked about the turn? I think if it was the King-Queen hand, which was one of the latest hands that has gone to turn, when he's already raising one half of his stack, I think that he will probably pretty much never be folding, and if he would have bet like a half a pot there or 2k, I wouldn't have check raised all in, I would have just called and tried to check call the turn to get the rest of his stack in. But when he raised so big, then I just saw an opportunity to get our money in really good, because I think that the opponent will bet most of his range, and the most of his range will include, when he's in position, he will bet most of his range when he's really aggressive, and we are giving them the opportunity. Like, actually one of the mistakes that the players make a lot as well is that when you are having aggressive players, they are trying to take the weapons out of the aggressive players' hands by betting into them big and trying to just like induce calls, or then even shoving all in against them. But when the players are aggressive, I think the best way to just get a lot of value out of them is to let them have some rope and let them do the aggressive moves, and I'd say that pretty rarely will the opponents disappoint you. And ace 3 of hearts was my hand, and ace on the flop and fold to a c-bet. With the ace 3 suited hand, practically when the opponent bets against 4 other players and there's a really short stacked other player, I just think that if we are calling the turn or calling the flop and getting onto the turn, then we are investing money in a hand that we are really likely that we are behind, because it's really likely that we are having one of our opponents having a better ace. And I think that it's not that likely that an opponent will be on a 5-way pot betting on a complete bluff or even betting some of the middle pairs. And it wasn't a fold flop to c-bet because it was a limped pot. And on a limped pot, you can't c-bet because there is no aggressor on pre-flop, so... And I think that this will be a good day. At least it has felt like a good day, but when you are winning pretty much all of the pots, it's easy for everything to seem easy, and I would love to have a session that it requires only like one game, but if I'm running good at the end game, it's worth just so much more than running good at the beginning. But it's always nice. It's really nice to run good at the start. But like with the weak ace, the ace-3 suited, I was calling pre-flop with the 60 BB stacks just to have the value of a possible nut flush draw and a possible nut flush that I can play aggressively. So, because I'm investing such a low amount of my stack, and by the virtue of the opponents being so likely, if I'm hitting my flush or if I'm hitting a straight or two pair, I'm so likely to get paid, so it's going to be good. And here I'm scanning the rest of the table, and because it doesn't matter that much that I could have shoved it instantly and pretty much got called by the Joao Campos anyway. But when I see that there are so many aggressive and bad players behind me, I just want to give them the opportunity to do something stupid. Because I like when my opponents do something stupid. And I'm going to be betting here when he checks. I don't like the... Or actually, there isn't that much. There are like... When I'm having the king of spades, there are practically no bad cards, so I could have just checked there and tried to give him something to hit. But I think the ace-3 suited hand was a really good example on a hand that you need to have a plan on, and you need to plan the hand pre-flop, and if there is nothing that would change your plan, like, and you should always know that what the plan is and plan the hand ahead. And I think for most of my private coachings, one of my most usual questions for a student is what's your plan here, and how do you plan to make this a profitable play? And that's something that you need to have, and you need to have a plan, and then you need to execute on it. And not like if you are planning on hitting two pair or a flush draw or a straight or a flush, and you are hitting only one pair, even if it's a pair of aces, I think you are doing mistakes if you are then just going to be changing your plan to the flop. Or if you are changing your plan all the time, it might be that it's not a good plan if there are more profitable options, and then you need to evaluate on your plans later on. This is an interesting spot because our opponent has been quite active. I think we can 3-bet small and we can fold, and this isn't a bad hand to play. And this is probably the most horrible situation that our opponent cold 4-bets us. And now we are in a situation that we just need to call. We are getting something like 4-1 here, or 5-1. So with 10 jack off, we are getting more than 20% even against a really tight range. So this game was just aimed on the gear up, because I think that if the player is playing really aggressively there, he's going to be folding a lot to 3-bets, because his range that he's raising should be pretty weak. And king 2 deuce off, it's just going to be too weak. And we are having them aces. Aces on the top right. And actually in here the king deuce might be a good open, because there are like 10 BB stacks behind me, and it's going to be money time soon. There are 296 players remaining, and 288 are gonna get paid. I think in the knockout tournaments, or at least in the progressive super knockouts, I think we can actually apply less pressure on this type of situations than we can apply at the regular MTTs. And that's because there are multiple players on the table that we can see that have already won their buy-in back. So most of the players, it's all about if they are... The bubble is all about if they are making money or if they are losing money, and most of the players here, they are already made money, so it's not a mental block for as many of them as it would be on a regular game. And we are going to a break because it's always hugely important in MTTs to utilize your breaks correctly. So we'll be back in 5 minutes. See you. We are trying to get back. I think that we have been doing these MTT nights on Sundays, and the progressive knockouts, they just fill up so much quicker. And right now that I think we have had 2 of those and I have already dropped out of 1, and it takes something like half an hour before we can get the next progressive knockout. I think I'll check if there are some turbo progressive knockouts that we aren't. That's a heads up knockout, and the latest turbo knockout starts at 22 o'clock, so I think that's going to be a bit too late, unfortunately. So we are carrying on with the original plan because it was a good plan. So like if I'm looking, I just tried to say that this is a $27 super progressive super knockout, and when opponents have more than $39, they have made money. So that's going to be something that you need to take into account. So at least here we can see that 2 players have made some money, and there are 2 players that are close, and actually 5 players that are really close to making money, or at least not losing a lot. And luckily we are one of those. And as a reminder, if you are new on this stream, please use the full HD 180p resolution or 720p resolution. It's probably going to be not that good with the lower resolutions because you can't see pretty much a thing. So please use the highest resolutions. This broadcast is done in full HD, so in case you are using full HD, it should be really good, but otherwise it's probably not worth it. And if you are otherwise new, please follow our YouTube or subscribe to our YouTube channel, follow us on Twitter, or like our Facebook pages, and register to our forum and then you can see that we are having an active chat on the side, and you can then follow these events live, and you can see the next event. And if you like these broadcasts, please also tell your friends, because we are trying to see if we are getting this English side going or not. And if we are getting this English side going, we are going to do a lot more English content in the future. But if we are having problems and we don't get the English members that we are looking for, we will be scale back on the English content in the future. And Paisili asked, how big is the field in the 7K guaranteed? I think there's still late reg going on, yeah? But 7,000 players already, so we are getting more than the guarantee. And as Deja said, that she's right now uploading our first No Limit Hold'em Cash Games English broadcast to our channel. So you will see some cash games. It's perfect for anyone that plays low limits, Choom or Speed Poker, when our cash game coach Chanfes played a live session on iPoker Speed Poker tables. So Speed Poker is on the iPoker world. And with ace-9 suited, it's going to be a meddling hand, and it's going to be, even though our stack size is quite large, I think the shove is going to be pretty much the optimal sizing there, even though we are having just one player behind us that's having a larger stack than us, but the rest of the players that are really short stacked, and I think that we are still having some fold equity on the Dagi Duda. Actually, we are having less fold equity than I thought because we are already in the money. And pot limit Omaha in English is already there. So you can see we have sit and goes, we have MTTs, we are having 180 men's, we are having pretty much everything poker-wise already, even in English. And I think the pot limit Omaha in English got there like yesterday or something like that, so it's going to be new, and I think Deja is working really hard to get more material to our site. And here when the opponent just calls, I'm thinking of this call as mainly, that's going to be dead money. So I might be even shoving here a bit wider than I would be normally, and there might be a like crap moment there when I saw that he calls me with the WTF hand there. That he limp calls with Jack 10 suited, so that makes my shove pretty bad with Jack 8. Jack 8 suited. And basically no mixed games though. Yeah, no mixed games. Perhaps in the future. And now it's pretty nasty. When I know that I have won a pot on the river, and winning a pot on the river on the bottom right corner, and then I lost the large pot on the river on the top left corner, so I'm like, is this going to be a sarcastic nice river, or is this going to be, that's really a nice river? I guess there are not that many Finnish mixed game specialists, and also I think the problem is with mixed games that it's really a lot tougher to start playing mixed games as compared to just focus on one game. So I think there will be way less people that are searching for mixed game material. And in here, because the opponent bets just 1/7 of a pot, we can even call because there are some nice turns for us. And it's really such a cheap price, so we can play like a 10 times larger pot. So with ace 8, when he bets larger, it's an easy fold. Top right, I would be shoving any pocket pair here easily, and 8s is just, it's a dream hand here. Even though our stack size is the lowest on the tables, and when the UTG +1 shoves over us, then we know that even with 8s we are screwed. We might be flipping if we are lucky, and we are lucky, and we are really lucky. So, luck, luck, luck. That's something nice to have. Like a good MTT night, it consists, when on these MTT nights we can play something like 30 to 40 games, so the results of a single night, it's mostly about luck, and but if we are thinking about someone doing 100 of these nights, then it's going to be mostly skill. But in these games I think like when we are having these games that we are having, the lowest game we have played has been a 135 and the highest game has been a $54 game. It's also, it's lucky to run good at the right time. And on the other hand, I guess there would be massive value on 8-game tourneys, and many people are probably clueless. I don't think that the people that are clueless on every single game are going to be playing those 8 games, and I think that it might even be that the 8-game tourneys might be... And this is actually horrible when we are getting just a call. Just a call and then a shove. And if he shoves, we can do something really weird and still fold. But it looks really weird when he's calling there. Like, I'm a bit unsure, that does he have a really great hand? Like, is he trying to trap me with something like queens to aces? But then for him to be not shoving when Viscuel shoves and the betting is reopened, then I'm just going to be clueless and fold here. I just can't see what he could have, and the ace-6 is... Again, that's going to be a horrible hand. And why ace-9 off is an open UTG is because we are having a really short-stacked player on the blinds, and I think that it might be a situation that we are... A really short-stacked player that is having nice bounty on his head is a short stack and is on the big blind, and I think that we are having quite the decent fold equity because we are one of the larger stacks on the table. So that was my reasoning for opening ace-9 off, even though it's not usually in my opening range. And here we are having also interesting spots because we are having Can't Stop Me on our left side. He's having now a shorter stack, but he's having a huge, juicy knockout bounty. So it's going to be interesting to see if we can get some of that. But you can also discuss about it, that is my reasoning solid in the hand. I'm min-raising the ace-10 suited because I think that our opponents can shove weaker hands that are going to be then... So I'm trying to get the most profitable line here, and I don't think that we need to bet do even a high bet here. Here to get the pot because the opponent really rarely hits that, and we are really happy to get the pot when it's small. And when the opponent shoves, it's on the edge that can we fold. It's icky spot. But I don't think that, because generally the opponent looks reggy, so when he looks reggy I think that he should know that. He should know, and he might have even marked that one against me, that I can fold on pretty short stacked. But that's something that you practically need to only worry about in these progressive knockouts. And now I'm scanning all the stacks behind me. This is an interesting one. I need to call him and Kaluz is practically never re-raising. This might be slightly spooky. I just think the opponents behind me, they are really needy in general. So I think that they are going to give me pretty... When I'm opening pretty early on, I think that they are going to give me some credibility there that I will be opening on with a big hand. Bottom right with Jack 9 suited, would I call? Jack 9 suited would probably be a call, but it's on the edge. But with Jack 9 suited, we are getting... And when Kaluz is such... has been playing such a passive game, I think that with King Jack off, we are not getting it in good. And here is a quite of a special play on the bottom left. There are 4 limpers, so the pot got pretty big pre-flop. And when we are shoving, I think that we are going to get someone to call with a way weaker hand. We're getting 2 calls. I don't think that matters that much here. I think both of these players are with weaker hands pre-flop than us, and they are now going to win the pot. But Jack 9 suited would be a call against a 10 big blind stack, because then we would need something like... I think we would get against... There would be a lot of... Or even against tightish range, I think that we would have enough equity with the Jack 9 suited, but with Jack 9 off, it's only 3% between those two, so it's not a clear-cut case. And Ace-10 off. I think it's probably it's a good shove on that spot, and we are having a 1 progressive knockout, and because we lost 1, we are getting a sit and go progressive knockout with a nice stack here. I'm registering already to the next one. And Boikki, hello, how it's going? I think we have made the money on 2 tourneys here, and they are on the left or in the right side of the screen, and we haven't lost that many tables, so that's also pretty good. And I think we have already found out some nice spots, and there have been some nice confidence-inducing spots when I have been spot on what the opponents will do and with what. And so how much you should account for the big bounty in the Jack 9 hand? Hard to evaluate, obviously. Actually, now when I remember the really large bounty here, I think the Jack 9 off as a fold was a clear mistake. Because when he has such a large bounty, I'd really need to call him, because it's going to be big even compared to the pay jumps ahead. So actually that's... Now when we have discussed about the Jack 9 off hand, it's a mistake to fold against him. We are going to get it all in, even though he opens 3.5 times big blinds, and that's something that's... When we see his cards, I'm like 70% sure that someone that opens 3.5x from UTG +1 on these stack sizes is pretty likely to get a note. Actually, 9s is probably one of those hands that it makes any sense. And I don't give him the note, but I probably would like to. And actually, that's a great point from Calleon on how much should I account the big bounty. Interesting. 2 passive players. There's practically nothing we are afraid of on the progressive knockout. So, and that's some of those bad cards, and we are trying to just get some money in, but it's going to be hard when we are hitting a dry board. Dry board really hard, because then our opponents really rarely have anything. I'm a bit afraid that on our $27 progressive super knockout turbo, that's a handful to pronounce, that we are going to get it all in. And then nobody did anything, even though we had only puny 7s on the big blinds. But if some of these actually, like if Samuka, Johnny Banana, Atish, Walter Grosch would have opened, I would have been calling pretty instant. And only Johnny is something that I'm a bit unsure about, because he's such a nit, but the other guys are either so active or they are having such a good position to shove on me that the 7s would have been a really decent call, or a really good call. Actually, I'm having such a problem opening those knockouts, so I will be opening some 350 plus R plus rebuys as well. And at the bottom right, this is one of those spots like, oh crap, this is hard. When he shoves 13 big blinds against a really loose player, then it's also a thing like how good he is. And actually I don't think that we are dominating enough on, because I don't think that if he would have been somewhere like any suited ace range here, that I don't think that it's likely, even though he is wild, because there are such 4 players behind him. Then I think the call would have been good, but something like ace-jack suited I would have called, but ace-10 suited is just... I was already probably licking my lips because I thought, now I'm going to get the loose cannon here with ace-10 suited, and my stack size would be perfect to just ship it in. But oh well. Sometimes everything doesn't happen as it should. And this is 1/2 opening of the games, so that we are having interesting games, and 1/2 opening the game, so I wouldn't get so bored and spooky. When we are on the small blind, I think a complete is good enough there, because there are some boards that we can play really aggressively. This is not one of those. Bottom pairs rarely are. But we are having such a large stack, like 120 BBs against a fishy player, that if we are hitting a flush, we are probably getting some money in really good. These super knockouts, these are, or progressive knockouts are actually, they are pretty fun, because then the knockouts get bigger later on, and you need to use them more in your strategy. Like if there is no progressive knockout, you can pretty much just ignore the knockouts and still be playing pretty well. Ace-king against ace-king, nothing much we can do here. Just got some chips, but I would have wanted to get more. Like who wouldn't, but... Like I love big pots and I cannot lie. table is shaping up to be quite awesome. Now it's not a nice situation because we are having a short stacked moment here. Like if we are anti-adjusting our big blinds, we are just having 5 anti-adjusted big blinds. And we are having a really aggressive reggae guy on the button, so if there is somewhere something that's saying that now we are really screwed, this is one of those moments because the guy will be shoving a ton and there's nothing we can do about it with 10-7 off. Ace-9 suited, it's close because of the bounties. Actually, it would be closer than I would thought. And Kauris, please tell me what hand it is when I can bluff. This is an interesting spot. If the opponents would have been really nitty or really bad, I would have been shoving this and it wouldn't have been even that much of a discussion. But if they're calling correctly, I'm doing a huge mistake by shoving 9-3 off there. Yeah, and seriously, Sirius is awesome. So if you haven't heard any of his songs, he's making some really nice songs that are poker themed. Now I'm having a few rebuys on the other screen. I think 6 tables is probably enough to keep me from spooing that much. And you can always tell me if I'm getting too spooky. And Kauris said you can bluff every hand. If opponents are shoving into me, I can't bluff. Or if you are not referring to that, I can chat bluff that. I can fold and then say in chat, I had jacks or something like that. But usually the problem with chat bluffing is that it doesn't make you money. I like only bluffing when it makes me money. And here we are with the 5 big blinds and 3 anti-adjusted big blinds. We are just looking for a hand to get all in. But it has been really tough on us card run wise. Like our card run has been pretty horrible. Jack 10 off, we are under the gun, it's going to be good enough. Like, the next hand we are going to be getting, and we will probably need to go all in, would be on the big blind. And now there are blinds, we are having better hand than an average hand. It's also quite solid that if an opponent calls, we can still have decent equity, like here. Well, not today. I think we still got a nice cash there. And I haven't gotten the next progressive knockout to open, so we are looking a bit on rebuys. When I'm getting the next progressive knockout open, there's now 73 persons registered. And when I'm getting that open, then I'm going to move this rebuy out. I think the bottom right is quite standard. So that's just what happens. Sometimes you lose with the with the one card flush and you can't do anything about it. But so, we are having a slight problem with how quickly our knockouts are opening, so no knockouts for you if we can't get them open. I'm getting slightly worried on this 330 progressive super knockout. Oh, it has been just 30 minutes, then I'm not that worried. Well, we'll just hope that we'll be winning some knockout bounties there soon. There's like 3,000 players remaining and it's regular speed, so it might take, I'm guessing, something like 5 forevers to complete, so we might be here for a long time if I run good in the right or in the wrong game. Depends on the viewpoint. Yeah, it's standard, but it's a bit problematic to be card dead, and it's not even that I was that card dead, but when I got the cards, either the opponents got even better cards and then the situation wasn't that I could play the cards, or then it was like with the sevens, I would have gone all in against multiple players there and then everybody folded to me. So it's a bit like you can be card dead and situation dead, so... And I think that was something like a mixture of both of those. But that just happens on some MTTs. That pretty much with MTTs, like if there is 1,000 players, a good player might be winning the tournament once in every 500 tournaments. And if there is like 15% to cash, a good player might cash in 20% of the tournaments. But it might take a long while, and for something like 1,000 player tourneys, it might take even a good player something like 5,000 tourneys between wins if there are 5,000 or 1,000 players in every tourney. So it might get really rough on you. That even if your edge would be that you are winning 1 in 500 games, you can still pretty well go 5,000 games without a win, and that's going to be something that's going to be sick, and it's going to be actually ace queen suited against this kind of player might have also been a re-raise. And also that's something that even if you can't win all the games, you'll always need to do your best to win the games so that you are having the best equity you can get. And in here I'm pretty much trying to... Actually I'm going to be shoving the turn here, because then I think that I can get him to commit his chips with something like a spade draw. And it's nice to be correct, because when the spade draw misses on the river, I can get the opponent to bluff there, but I think it's more likely to get the chips in if he has something on the turn when he has an opportunity with his draws to get it in. And with Jack 9 suited, it's going to be interesting. We are having decent draws and we are getting the perfect price for it. The opponent just double min bets again on the turn. We are getting perfect price to draw, so we'll be drawing. Even though it might be that our opponent is having a full house and we are drawing dead, he's giving us such a great price that we just need to call. We would have been drawing pretty dead, but this other guy, when he doesn't raise in any spot, I think he's making a mistake as well. I tried to open 2.5x here. I misclicked the raise button, but it's still okay. And King 10 suited is a too wide open. I don't like it myself, even though I see it a bit later on. It's something like King 10 suited looks like a nice hand, but from UTG. Shouldn't be spooing like that. Let's put it this way. But it was pretty nice to see this guy with the 8-10. 8-10 in the one hand that we were drawing to the 7s. And it's... when Snodikin laughs at the 10-8, it's like he got it for free on the big blind. And there were like 3 players or 4 players limping, so... giving somebody else the possibility to raise there is okay, but he would have needed to raise like on the turn at least, because then he can get more of the money in. And now he got first, he flopped the full house and he improved to a quads, but then the table was made in such a way that the opponents are pretty likely to have a full house, and it's incredible that when the guy is having a big stack, he's having quads on the river, and they don't get all of the money in, like quads against the higher full house that's easily available, and they don't get all the money in. Like, I think that's insane. We are 3-betting here. We are 3-betting not all in, but we are 3-betting large. And actually, did we 3-bet $50 too much if the betting doesn't open? Actually, we bet like 100 chips too much, because we need to have the betting open, because that's doing wonders for our equity. Because then if he calls, we can then shove, and then we are getting a lot of money in well. And now we are having an ace-jack, so that's good. And in the bottom left, even though we had the bottom pair, we have, if we are having here ace-jack, here we are having jack shit without the jack. And here we are in position ace-jack. We can call here, especially when the opponent is a bit weird. The opponent bets big. I think I let him carry on. I don't like to shove here when there is 2.8k of his stack remaining, but there are practically no draws. Actually, I'm even here checking, because if we are getting the money in, we are getting the money in on the river as well. And if there would have been a spade draw on the flop, then it would have been better to carry the... I think that's quite sick for our opponent to hit the 2-outer on the river. Oh well, it happens. Actually, now in retrospect, it might have been a mistake to check the turn after the opponent checks, because if I would have bet small or even shoved there, I might have gotten a call with the opponent's large pair, because the bad players usually, they are trying a lot to just some of the players are needy, and when they are getting a big pocket pair, then they are going to be playing it to the end, no matter what happens. And I have seen so many overpaired queens with aces and kings on board, so it might have been optimal against his immediate hand, but against his whole range, I think that still our line that we chose, that we are calling the flop and checking the turn, would be optimal, and then calling the river. And this is something that's going to be nerve-wracking in knockouts, because now that we are having a short stack, all of the opponents want to be in the pot to the end to get our knockout. With the deuces, I can't even remember how we got there. It was a three-way pot. This will be also a slightly interesting session to see if I can talk my way through it. Of course, it depends how long it goes, but I have already held a 2 hours of private coachings today, and I have talked a lot, so there might be some problems with my voice today, but I'm trying to go as far as I can. I'm trying to drink much. That usually helps. When our opponent is a reg that opens small blinds a lot, we can also defend a lot, especially when we have enough space in our stack. I actually don't believe that he's having an ace here. He might be having a jack here, but if he checks the turn, I'm going to be betting, and so I just floated the flop. And check is actually, even though he might have it, but it's going to hit our range even stronger than what we are going to defend as a call here. Even a lot more, that it will be hard for him to carry on without a jack. I think that some of the regs will carry on with just an ace and not even think about our range. But if the reg is any good, he'll also think about what we should have there. There is one limp for a player that's... And then there is almost a min raise, and then there is a call. This will be also a bit of a special play. I think that this guy is the worst of our enemies, because he might have a really good hand, but I don't think these guys ever have a good hand. And now we can, with just 900 chips, we can play for a huge pot. Like 3000 chips, so we are playing for a triple up for basically a coin flip, so it shouldn't be that bad. And we still haven't got another progressive knockout, so I'll add these rebuys here and, well, let's open some rebuys if we can get them more easier than. And for the rebuys, my strategies for optimal rebuy strategies to auto rebuy whenever it's possible and always add on. I can't see a situation on the PokerStar structures because you are always getting a discount on the chips because you don't need to pay rake when you are rebuying, and also when you are getting more chips when you are adding on than what you are getting when you buy in, you'll always need to do the add-on no matter how short your stack is, because the add-on period ends and we are so far from the money when the add-on period ends, so pretty much all the chips are worth what the monetary value in the prize pool is per chip, and the less we pay for chips, the more edge we are getting for free in a rebuy tournament. I don't know, like someone told me recently that like these 350 plus Rs, they are already like, they are dead. They are so hard and there are a ton of regs in these. And I'm wondering, like, these games are perfect and there's next to no regs in those, and I think that there are still a lot of players that I think are really valuable to play against. And I'll need to remind you that if you are using YouTube, or if you are the first time here using YouTube, please use the full HD, the 180p or 720p, so that you can see all of the HUD stats. Because I think that you will get a lot more out of it if you can see everything clearly. And today we are going to play mostly 180 men's and knockout tourneys. We are adding some knockout tourneys. I think the next knockout sit and go that we are adding is going to be the last one, because they are taking a long time to complete and they are taking more than half an hour to fill up. So I would have wanted to have even more of those because the games are awesome. Like the $11 progressive knockouts are probably the easiest over $10 sit and go there exists. And I think that you can have a huge ROI in those when they run. And I'm thinking something like over 50% huge. We got one of our sit and goes open, which is the progressive knockout, so we are first trying to focus on as much on the knockouts as we can, and because here we have a flush draw, we are betting a bit bigger on the flop. On the turn, we are still, even though the flush draw came through some, and now on the river it's an easy check for us, and we are trying to now, I can't say it out loud, but FML. Oh well. The opponent called with a worse king on the flop, which is nice, but then when he spiked 2 pairs on the turn, it's not that nice. And on the river, if he would have bet, I would have folded. I think that it's only good that he didn't spike it earlier, because, or that we got the 4 clubs on the table, because without the 4 clubs, I think that we would have been going for broke there. And for this player, there is a Finnish note that he's pushing 30 times the pot on flop with 2 pairs. So that when he's having a nicer hand on the flop, he might shove for a big amount. So that I don't interpret that as weakness. I'm having hard decisions on the other table that might slow me down a bit. I mean, really yucky decisions here. And I lost a large spot outside of my tables. In here, we bet the flop, the opponent just called. This also feels a lot of draws, so I don't like to be double barreling here against this opponent, because I think that he's playing his own cards. And on the river, I like to bet small, because I think that by betting small there we can get him rid of his some of his weaker pairs, and unfortunately we couldn't get him rid of his bottom pair. So that was a nice read that he's not having a strong hand here, and it's going to be not so nice read that he's not going to give up on it. Top left, he checked river. I think I would jam to him. I might have moved the table out, because I can't seem to find the table. And we got the straight on the bottom right and didn't got any value. We could have bet a bit smaller there as well. But soon we are having a break, and I'm trying to run some errands there, and trying to just keep refreshed. That's probably the most challenging part of MTTs, is how you can keep your mental level high at all points. Because the longer you are playing, the more mental energy you are using, and the more mental energy you are using, the harder it becomes to do solid choices. Where is the lobby? It's here. I think all of my tables should be going for a break now, so it's going to be a good time for me to go on a break as well. See you in 5 minutes. And we are back, and there are great comments on Snodiki N on the chat. And I responded to the chat as well when I came back from the break. And the problem with that is that I think that the one club hands and the flushes on the turn are a larger part of his range than kings that are going to beat me, or other two-paired hands, so that's why I'm not shoving there. And I think that the opponents will check me in the 3.50 rebuy. If I have a random opponent, I'm just going to think that he's going to check me just too often. Yes, Nodikian, I think that only hands with a club will call. But the problem is that I think that there will be too many hands with a club that will call. Because there are more... On his range, I think there are more hands with a club that will carry on when there is a draw to the clubs, and even like on the range that he will carry on after the turn bet, there will be way more hands with now I lost my train of thought. There will be way more hands with just one club, and that will be a larger part of his range when the table runs like that. So that even when one club hands are like only 1/4 of the hands that the opponent can have, then the problem with that is that, or I don't know, perhaps something like the opponent will get there more often with the hand with a club when there is a club draw on the table for 2 streets. I don't know if I could even explain it correctly, but please ask me more questions so I can try to explain it better. I know that I'm not happy with my explanation so far, but like my explanation hinges on that there will be hands like, let's say, ace-8, king or 10-jack that are having one club, but the 10-jack, for example, doesn't carry on from the turn if he doesn't have one club. So that's why the club combinations will be so plentiful in the opponent's range. This is one spot that our hand looks way better than it is. But we are practically only having aces and jacks here, like 7 outs. He's betting small, and he's betting small from a position, so I'll be calling one, and even this is something that I probably shouldn't have done. Because if we are hitting a king here, then it's going to be 4 to a flush, and he'll only need to have 1 jack for him to have a straight there, so I don't think that kings are outs for us. I don't like the flop that we got, and I don't think that we are going to get that much value out of the Lopez from that flop. Snodikin, if you are thinking about it different, try to explain it. Try to explain it to me, and perhaps we'll find an understanding. I know that it's probably hard for us to talk when English is not my native language and neither it's yours, so we are probably having some problems getting our thoughts into something that's, or it's not that easy for us to get our thoughts in English in an easily understandable form. And for something that I only require something like a 20 or a bit less hands to mark someone, because if the players are so far off what I think it's going to be profitable, I don't think that we are even requiring a lot of hands for them, and mostly about the VPIP and PFR are going to be the quickest options to decide if a player is good or bad. So now on the rebuys we have been past the add-on period, and as we can see after add-on period we are still having way over 100 players remaining, so we are not even close to the money after the add-on period. Most players know that they need to remain. There is another 3.50R, and now we are on the first add-on break and we are still having 160 players remaining. The flop got check, so I'm trying to purchase the pot. I'm trying to buy it from the guy because he seemed weak there, and I didn't hit anything, but as long as he didn't as well, everything is fine. I'm trying here to isolate some of these players and trying to play a pot in position against them. So Snodikin, I think that where we differ the most in our opinion is how often do we think that our opponent will have at least one club. And I think that's a really good discussion point, but it's really hard for us to deduce his range completely. Even though we are having king high here, it's not going to be good enough in a four-way pot. And because we are having quite a sizable delay, because of the streaming system we have in place, please, when you are referring to some hand, please tell me what the hand was and on what table it was, because then it's easier for me to try to get my mind back to the hand. And on the 350 plus R, I was just about to tell you that now that when we haven't had many hands, that we are getting more and more screwed as the time flies by, and now we got an ace queen off, and I can't see I can't see a lot happening that we would fold this ace queen, so we are getting it in, and we are getting it in with high hopes that we are having the best hand. We might even get the Bino to fold because he needs to, or we can get even the larger stack to fold. Everything counts. We are getting the money in really good, but not today. Let's add another 350R there so that we won't get bored. Now we are having a better situation with our stack sizes, so and better situations are always something we like. Actually, the opposite of that would be quite stupid. We like having worse situations. On the king-queen suited, I think that we are having so many pots that we can play aggressively and there is not a lot of value in 3-betting. I think that calling will lead us in a good spot, and even now that we have the 6-way pot, that would have been awesome if we would have hit, so even though now we don't hit and we need to fold, I think it's still the optimal preflop strategy to just call it. We are slightly lucky with the queens. Queen stirred that our opponent got his jack on the turn and not the king on the turn. I think that if you are an MTT player, and for example if you are just running up your bankroll and you like to play on PokerStars, I think one of the best things you can do is to learn playing 180 mans. Because I think these are pretty much the optimal games to building up your bankroll. That almost all of the regular MTTs on PokerStars are going to be with a huge field size, and when it's going to be with a huge field size, the wins are going to be few and far between. And the farther between the wins are in the games, the more variance do you experience, and also with the 180 mans, it's easy when you learn those. It's easy to grind them as well. Well, and you are getting pretty much, if you are a good player, you should be getting wins at least every 500 games, even if you are running badly. And like with a normal run, you can win 1 out of 100, and you can, at least on the lower level games, I think your ROI can be as high as 40%, or in these rebuys it can be even 60-70%, as well as these 180 man progressive knockouts. So So if you are playing MTTs, I think that learning 180 mens would be a good addition to your overall selection of games. And if you are building your bankroll, the beginners, the 55 cent 500 cap is very interesting as well. I think that's true, because you are having similar rake there and you are having only 500 people per tournament. So, and when you are having only 500 people to a tournament, then you are going to get them wins. And I think after our latest Omaha coaching, Snodikin got us to the rail on his birthday and won one of those $500 cap games, so I say well played. And that's also something. I think there are also 50 cent games on those 50 cent 180 mens or 50 cent, yeah, there are 50 cent 90 player games. So when the guys are so needy behind me, I'm opening pretty much everything that looks even slightly interesting on the bottom right. And Kauris is playing a lot of those 50 cent games and also some $2.5 games, and I think that's probably also going to be a good way going up, because then you are getting your experience from MTTs and you are also all the time building your bankroll and without huge stretches, without wins, because if you are not winning them games, you are probably losing money in the short and also in a bit of a longer run. If he raises, I'm going to be snap shoving ace deuce suited here. And Paistilli says that I don't really like too large fields. I think that's also something that's true. That large fields are something that when you are building your bankroll, you should really avoid the largest fields. Now I'll need a recap on and $0.5 180 mens are good for starting a poker career. Yeah, if you like MTTs, I think those are good games to play because they are always running. And Snodikin is winning the $500 cap game twice. Twice in a month, so that must be really good for your bankroll, because I think the last time the win was something like 60 buy-ins or even more. I probably don't even remember. We are having two large knockout bounties here, ace king, and we are having only small stacks to call, so it's going to be awesome. And 6-8 suited. It might be slightly easier to tilt on some of these games, and I think I'm getting it now. The Gorinic, if he would have checked the river, I would have raised, or I would have shoved here, or not shoved, but I would have bet here. But when he bets himself, I think he will be having me beat too often, and when there's so little stacks left, I don't think that I'm going to get him fold enough of the time. Yeah, I think the caps are a really good idea, and I think the caps would be even a better idea if you would have something like the on-demand tourneys on Full Tilt, that every time 45 players registers to a tournament, it starts and then it opens a late reg. If you would have something like that, that every time a tournament starts when 45 players are registered, and it's something like $500 cap, it would be 500 players cap. It would be pretty awesome tournament, especially for the lower stakes. And Paistisille, I don't think that you can even find online tournaments that are not top heavy. And Kauris, I don't understand you that why the next step on $1.1 is 250 cap, why not again 500 cap? I don't understand your point here. I think that it's good that there are different kinds of caps with the MTTs, and there could be like 100 player cap, 250 player cap, 500 player cap, and because those cap journeys that you don't need to go through so many players to win. And I think some players are abandoning the play on stars just because on Poker Stars you just need to... If you are playing on Poker Stars MTTs, the variance is going to be killing you if you aren't playing humongous volume. And even if you are playing humongous volume, I think that I have seen like most of the better players having huge downswings and long problematic streaks. And with the ace-6 suited, if it comes unopened to me, I'm probably going to be shoving here. If there's anything you want to ask about MTT games, please do. Any questions are good. If you are a Finn, we are also doing a talk show. Talk show in Finnish later on. Crap. When there's no antis, I can't see that much point in trying to get myself all in early on. I think most of the players are doing huge mistakes in these games that start with 1,500 chips. If they are losing a large spot, then they are just... If they are having something like 300 to 600 chips, then they're just spooing the chips away. And I think that's really unoptimal, and you really would need to try to focus even on situations that you aren't having the largest stacks, and even with the 400 chips, my stack is still valuable, and it's like 2 double ups away for being an average stack again. And Snodikin, yeah, tilt factor might be higher in the knockouts, and I said it right after the one guy in a knockout call with 8-6 suited and won the pot, so... Now it starts to look like a MTT set again. And Snodikin, I think that aren't all the micro and low stakes MTTs with a high tilt factor. I think that today, when we have concentrated on the knockouts, we have seen even worse moves than usual, so I think the knockouts do affect on, and it shouldn't be so. A perfect poker player wouldn't mind. He would just mind that has he done the best possible decision on each spot. But I'm not a perfect poker player, so there is still a lot of room for improvement. But I think the MTTs in general, they are having bad players doing really bad plays in even higher games. So I don't think that you should think about, or you shouldn't think about the games as being bad or bad because there are so many bad players. You think that the games are really good, the MTTs, when they are having bad players, but it might just feel so rough when you are playing in MTTs. There are also, when I'm getting used to that, the players are getting less and there are more hands you can play, and when you need up a bit, you are getting more emotionally invested in the hands you play, and that's actually, I don't think that we haven't shown a really good professional example today. And how do you fix it? I think that if you are having a problem with tilting, and if you are having a really bad tilt problem, I think that one of the best cures for tilt is just to inject logic into it. But when your head is working in an emotion-based way, then it's really hard to inject logic in a way that your emotions are just screaming something. And one thing that I think that helps me a lot is having a walk or doing something like that and going just away from the computer for a while. So, and I'm trying to beat, and I'm trying to do the be on the games when I'm at my best and I'm rested and I'm feeling good, and that's something that I think most of the people can improve, that their mindset on when they are playing. But also it's a bit hard if you are improving your mindset in the games and you're a professional, and then you need to find quicker ways of fixing your mental game leaks if you are a professional than just don't play for a while. Because if you are a professional player and you don't play a lot, you are not a professional player for a long time. So but if you are a recreational player and you are playing to have fun, then I think that it's going to be just good. If you are feeling tilted and not feeling that your mental state is good, just don't play. I think that's one of the easiest way to avoid getting tilted on the tables. And the more cranky you are, the more hungry, the more tired, the more frustrated you are for some work stuff. Everything like that can be a tilting factor on the tables. Poker isn't an emotionally easy game, but that's also one part of why it's such a great game, because it's quite an emotional roller coaster. And I think MTTs are one of the most emotional roller coasters around, or perhaps the most adrenaline-filled game, even though the game itself is slow. But when you are getting to the later stages and when you are winning an MTT, there's just a certain kind of feeling that you can't get for other variants of poker. And I think every poker player tilts, and I think tilting is when you are not playing your best. And it's actually interesting. The Lopez isn't shoving such a huge amount as it looks like. And because this is a knockout, I think that it's going to be that his range is going to be weaker. Now he has sixes, and that's something I don't like. Well, no matter do I like it or not, I still got the pot and I got the knockout. If there are new players on the stream, please change the stream quality to 720p or 180p so you can see all the HUD stats and you can see all the chat. So that's something that should help you a bit. And also please subscribe to our YouTube channel, follow us on Twitter or like our Facebook page. Then you will be posted on what are the new stuff we are going to be doing. And also it will help us to do better in the future and do more stuff the more. And also join our forums. We have a friendly forum and we are trying to build a more active English community. So please join our forums and then you can also join our real-time coaching chat you can also see on the video stream. And they linked all of our stuff on YouTube, Twitter and Facebook, and as she said, they are not that hard to find. So Dea is the admin lady of our forum and usually does most of the social media posts as well. And she has been here for some of the previous coachings, but now she's just too busy to be here, so I'm going to be here all by myself. Yeah, and as Dea said, please subscribe, share, like and follow. That's like running, jumping and collecting coins or whatever you usually do in games. And also join our forums. The registration is easy and there will be perks. Perks in registering. And we lost the game. I'm thinking about which game will we add, and we are having a nice 180 man rebuy there, so. And because the rest of the players are such short stacked, I think the shoving is slightly more optimal than min raising. We need to min raise fall against needier players so much of the time, and I think with ace deuce it's just better that we can get the maximum amount of folds. And now I'm sensing that people are unhappy railing just me, so that's also. Also, I don't know, do I need to be sad or do I need to be happy? Well, if it goes like that, next Sunday or whenever we are having the next English MTT, I'm just letting her handle the whole night by herself. And we are, like in this game, we are now 6th out of 67. I think that these games are usually filled with something around a million chips, so with the 24,000 chips we are not even close to getting the final table. But I think most of our decisions at this stage should be quite easy. Oh, Smodikin's having 3 screens. I'm probably getting screen envy when I'm just using 2. But that's something that I probably couldn't do without, because having multiple screens is such a huge productivity gain. And 2 screens is like, it's really, really, really good. And Kauris is having 2 big screens. And I don't know what's big, but there is a definite gain in productivity when you are going from 1 screen to 2 screens. And that's something that I think most of the people should have. I think Vaakku was watching us with the TV quite often. Which is quite funny that you can... I think that's going to be quite funny that people are like getting their chips out and beer out and drinking beer and watching poker. What will we do late night? And as Deja said, 3, I don't wanna know. Oh well, now we are out of our 350 plus Rs. And now we got some more interesting spots in the 350 plus Rs. Because there's the I am Skithian with... and we are effectively 26 big blinds deep, so I think we might have some really interesting spots against him in the near future. And also there's Rostek, so there will be some deeper spots in this rebuy, and that's something that I like in these rebuy games. That you are always having also some deeper stacked spots. The progressive knockout, this is kind of a perfect spot to shove 2 weaker players that are limping a lot. Are calling, and even in here, like Chico and G-Size, with their stack sizes, and even though I have just the idiot straight draw and a top pair, I think that I wanna go all in. Well, still alive, and won it. Slight surprise. Ronite limps. I wanna make him pay to see the flop, and because the guy is sitting out, it's also... I think limping is more equity than usual. And I will be c-betting with total air here in position, because I think that the guy is playing his hands pretty honestly. And Smodiki, I hope that I will ship him, or ship something. I don't care, the shipping is the important thing. But in these MTTs, I know that I will be unhappy unless I ship something, and I think the only possible way for me to be happy after these turnies is if I'm winning the last tourney. It's probably the only possibility. I think my call here is fine with ace-8, and his range should consist of any possible ace. Now it just happened to be ace-9 suited, and there will be multiple other hands because his stack size is so low and he's starting to get a bit desperate. And it will be, again, slightly interesting here, because if the opponent re-raises me there, on the flop, I'm going to be 3-betting all in. And even now, I got slightly more equity because of the 9, because now I'm having also a open-ender, straight draw, and a flush draw, so it's going to be easy for me to call. And now that I'm not having anything there, I don't think that I can bluff him out of his hand. I think he's having a queen, most possibly here, or most likely here, so when I can't bluff and I don't have a lot of showdown equity, it's an icky situation. It's something that I don't want to be in. And if Revenues is shoving here, I'm going to be calling anyway. Every hand that I'm open, I need to be calling there. Interesting. And there is one question. Why did I open 5s there? Well, that might be an interesting story to tell later on. And the opponent calls, and then it's an easy bluff in position. In here, I have opened UTG. 2 callers. It's really hard for me to... Actually, there might be, but I don't think that there will be higher pocket pairs, because I think it would have been pretty self-evident to raise those. And that's also something that I didn't think about, that my opponent would have something like that in his range. How strange. With a paired flop, even though we are 3-handed, I don't think that our opponents are going to be hitting it that often. And when it was like bet, call, and then it's for me at the one opponent folds and also only the caller calls. It's a weird situation. I'm a bit unsure that will my opponent... I don't think my opponents will have enough of the time hands that beat me, because there shouldn't be that many. Free rolling for the flush on the bottom left. I think he's going to be a reg. SVZFF is quite close to having a reg mark. We'll see, we'll see. I think for the Saturdays, to like trying to see what the Saturdays usually look like, I think the Saturdays aren't as good as a MTT sit and go day than most of the Sundays. And now I'm trying to open a few turbos more to interesting when my opponent shoves here. It doesn't make any sense with a jack. It doesn't make any sense with a middle pair. It makes sense with a air ball, or it makes sense with a flush draw, and I'm pretty well shaped against both of those, and he's having a jack 8. I don't think that shoving jack 8 there is a good move, because I think that the opponent will mostly get called by better and will fold the worse hands away. But that's a good spot to bluff as well, because I shouldn't hit much and I should be folding a lot. But he got it quite like as a perfect spot there, and I'm going to be adding 6 tables to my other screen. So we'll see if we are getting some deep runs on some of the 180 mens. And after these games open, then I'm going to be opening just any just only hypers or something like that after that. And ace-8 suited hand, in which table the ace-8 suited was, do you remember? It helps me for finding the table. And Kauris84, please. If you are commenting on a hand, please include what the hand is, because there is considerable delay and we are trying to minimize the delay, but we haven't yet been able to get the delay to a minimum. Or the delay is the minimum delay we have yet achieved, but it's still a considerable delay. And if I'm getting some help and finding the ace-8 suited hand, then I can take it bottom left, I think. Let's see. I checked something like 20 hands there and couldn't find it. Oh, it's here on the bottom right. This is the hand you probably meant. Let's discuss it later. I think it depends on what we are thinking about his range, and I don't think that, or when we see that he's shoving a jack there, then it becomes a really bad call, the ace-6 off on the top right. But when we don't know about the opponent on what he will be, what he will be shoving there, I think then the ace-6, there are explanations to why it's also, or why it can be a good call. Only 10 times more left than what I would need to pay, so I don't think that we are getting odds to draw here. Even though the pot looks quite nice and the hand is also something that can play well. I'm getting a bit worried, can we start our next turbos before the break starts, but I just removed Table Ninja so we can start the tourneys during the break. I think the ace-8 suited could also be an interesting hand for the hand analysis forum, so I think if I'm posting it there, I think we can there have a nice discussion about it. But there is something that's horrible if you are leaving your Table Ninja on. You are registering to tourneys that are beginning while you are on a break, and then you are not having any break. And I think here on the bottom right, 9s is a call, 8s is a call, and 7s is tough, and 6s are a fold for sure. And we got like if we got overcards, we got the worst of them all because we are having all of them overcards. Almost all of the possible overcards and all possible overcards if we are having just 2 opponents. And unlucky, the other opponent hit his overcards that had the larger stack, so we got quite screwed near the bubble there. I'm really having some problems keeping my tables. So I'll try to register some more. But I'm on a break. See you in 5. Welcome back. There are some tables that I was sitting out on so that I won't waste my time bank while I'm on a break, because I think there's practically nothing as annoying as, or there are many things that are annoying, but there are like, poker wise, there are rarely things that are as annoying as if you are holding a coaching and you are not having any time banks left. Because then you are screwed. And now there are two players that are saying that nines are an insta fold or are a fold, and I think that that's absolute bollocks. When the opponent opens 2.5x shove, the player that's on small blind can have a really wide range of hands that are profitable to shove, and that's why we should be calling with a wide range. Or not a wide range, but we should be calling with nines for sure. And that's something I'm pretty sure about, that our opponent as a regi player is probably good enough to shove here. Shove there pretty wide, and at least as wide that the nines will be a shove. Like, I think any pair is really profitable for him to shove. And Kauris, don't worry about replayer. I'm putting it on the forums later on. I'm just keeping the replayer here to remind me that there is the ace-8 hand to talk about. And Kauris, nines aren't the fold for bubble, I'm pretty sure about it. If you are afraid of rubbing out of a bubble, you are usually playing too big of a game. This is going to be horrible on the bottom right because we are having such a short stack in there. But there has been like no MTT night on Saturday without cashing thus far, so that's good. We have at least cashed during today. I should probably put the nines hand on the forums as well, as it seems to be generating discussion. I'm putting here a small notepad on all the stuff I need to remember later on. This is an interesting spot for sure, because this guy is opening so widely. Then I'm 3-betting and this nit then shoves behind me, and I think with ace-queen I need to fold, even though it probably looks horrible. And Moshman on the same table. Yeah, usually if you are playing during the evenings with MTT sit and goes, you are usually seeing Moshman on the tables. All horrible options for a pair of tens in there. And where are the discussion going on, because this chat is not so loud? I think there has been some discussion, that's what's required, and that's something that I think that we can use later on. And I'm bad at marking hands. I'm not as bad as Kyberi, but if I would have a goal to mark hands, I probably would, but now I have gone either lazy or I've gone lazy or I have had other issues into marking hands, and I think this is the final. I'm now having 8 or 9 tables, that should be enough. Queen deuce suited is a slightly interesting spot. If the opponent is not opening that much, it's not that profitable to shove, but if he's a weaker player and he's not playing such a wide range, I think that we can do some position plays and win the pot post flop. Post flop enough, but when he's opening and he's betting the flop and the flop is ace high, I tend to believe the weaker players that are rarely opening that they are having it there. Kaleon, could you explain on what table the king-queen hand was? This is also something that I don't like that much, because this guy hasn't opened that much, this Rish. And now I'm probably start to suspect him a bit, but when here's the Piol holes, and now I'm starting to hate my situation. I discussed so much, so now I have one table without a time bank, and I just open folded kings. So not going really well, except there was aces on the table, so aces with the same suit as me, so really when I open folded kings it was good, so that's something for the insane deck reads. Snodikin, if I remember with the ace-8 suited hand, that the stack size is still way larger on the turn, and if I'm check shoving on the turn, I'm probably, if I get called, my equity will be pretty low because I'm only having a draw, even though I have something like 17 outs. I think my equity is somewhere around 40% when called, if everything is alive. So that's practically the reason that I don't like to check shove the turn that often, and I think my opponent will also pretty often have a good hand right there. So I'll probably need to put the hand to the hand analysis forums with the open folding kings and being correct, because that's something that I was really angry about, especially when it went to be a big pot, but not after what I saw that the opponents had. It's nice to have a low-stress session of 180 minutes when now I'm starting to hear from Deja's computer like constant beep 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 beep. So there will be some real grinding going on in the next room. Upper left, 9-4. Actually, when the opponent limped, I probably should have bet it at some point. I was just too happy about the kings and explaining something else, but that's something that I should be betting for sure. And Aesop's Fables has been such a wide player that even 8s... Actually, it's still nasty when I have opened UTG. It's really nasty when the opponent is playing with such a wide range. And I don't know how well he adjusts for the UTG spots and such, so I need to be a bit more careful than I would usually be. I'd love to see what he had. 10-5 suited. $10-5 suited that he 3-bet. If I wouldn't have marked him purple just the previous hand, I would have marked him purple right now for sure. The fun part for Aesop's Fables, if he would have just bet high, he would have even got the pot, so... But when he bets just the minimum bets, then he gets me to call in a situation that's... It's really not advantageous for him for when I'm calling. I was thinking about shoving the 8s because the guy has been such aggressive. Actually, I need to note him. "3B UGG Open." I just need to make a note on him that he's probably going to be an insane player, and when he 3-bets, not to give him any credit whatsoever. Like, there needs to be... You need to have a mental model on what will the players on your games, what will they do on most spots, but sometimes the mental model just can't extend to the spots it would require. Ace-7 suited, actually really close on. And just because of the suitedness, I overcalled it. Yeah, like a 3-street bluff with min bets. That's so advanced that I can't see where it can be useful. Oh, there's Sivel from Belgium that got just third in the Scoop 16H and shipped 95k. That's really nice. Is Sivel your friend, or is he just someone from Belgium that gets followed? I'm a bit sad to see Aesop's Fables go, because he would have been just an awesome player to play against. A phone vibrating on a table can sure cause a loud sound. Was it really loud on your end? Is B-Cup the Belgium Championship of Poker? And is it something that, or Belgium Championship of Online Poker that Poker Strategy does, or Poker Stars does? Okay, if it's not that loud, then I'm not going to stress on not having it happen again, but... And we are getting it in good against Moshman, I hope. Nope. Can't get it good against Moshman. I don't know, it's a bit like with Colin Moshman. I think that either he's really a lot needier than I think, or he's every time having just what I think against me, because I probably haven't seen him with a really bad hand a single time, so... Now we are having a nice stack on the $15 180 men. 8 big blind shove, a random player. It's close. Probably should have been a fold. How wide might cry open? Probably not wide enough. Also, BCOP is something that's on the Belgium poker rooms, also live and not only online. That's cool. Is it like PokerStars is doing satellites for it, or is it both online and offline? Or online and live event? This is something that I thought that we can do something like a small re-raise, but I think that we are getting more value out of our hand if we just call. There might be some really nasty spots later on. Here, even though we have 15 big blinds, I think that we are having two players that are really likely to call, and force should be a profitable shove anyway, but it comes really harsh hand to play if some of them flats, so... And we are getting the biggest stack to flat, and he's betting a full pot, so it's easy for us to get rid of our hand. And we are seeing a set of tens and two pair and pair of kings, so our two over cards probably weren't good there. And Smodikin, you lived in somewhere like Anderlecht, and is there live poker rooms like on most Belgium cities, or is it just poker rooms for the largest cities, or how it works there? Like, how far away from you is the nearest poker room? King 9 suited is on the edge. I would loved it more if there would have been antis, but I think it's still a profitable shove. Sometimes I wonder how PokerStars arranges these tables. I'm 7th out of 59 players, so that means that there are 7 tables. And when I'm 7th, how can there be 3 bigger players? So I'm like 7th in chips, there are 7 tables. So on average I should be the biggest stack of my table, and now I have 3 bigger stacks on the same table, so like life is a bit unfair sometimes. Of course, when I'm having something like kings, then I'm just liking that we are having opportunities for having something really deep stacked on the table, but then the deep stacks don't take part in the pots. I'm just trying to get the money in. And trying to bet a size that looks like that the opponent could re-raise and could make me fold. I don't like to give free cards when there are so many draws, like there are possible straight draws and there's also a flush draw, so I might get screwed even though I might be more inclined to get the money in, but also there might be more, or there will be a lot more situations that I'm getting the money in, but I'm not getting the money in good. I think Jack 9 suited is good enough here to call. And Vlor said, life is unfair, but PokerStars is just ridiculous. And you are having 3 big poker rooms in Belgium. Is Spa close to the racing track? And I don't have any idea where Ostend is, but I have a pretty good idea where Brussels is. I'm 20 kilometers from Brussels, then it shouldn't be that bad, and probably the poker room in Brussels is also the biggest one. Galeon agreed that I could have made even better could have been even a smaller c-bet so that there will be more perceived fold equity. I'm just having some of those really mentholated candies to keep my throat open. And that's something that when I started having some allergy issues, I think we didn't hold one MTT session because I just couldn't. When El Minion is only limping, then it opens me a really nice spot to shove, and if I win this spot, I'm increasing my stack size by a quarter, so it's a really important spot. And now when I get called, well, it's a flip. I shouldn't be too worried. I have been running great in flips today. Actually, there is quite a nice story about Finnish country, because Finnish country is also officially a country of two languages, Finnish and Swedish. And all of the streets in Finland, they are having two names. They are having a Finnish name and a Swedish name. And I think like a few years ago, something like 2 or 3 years ago, Google Maps got an update for their maps, and they added all the streets with their Swedish names, and the Google Maps sounded like it was impossible somewhere to find where you were looking for, because all of the street names were something that you aren't used to, because they were the Swedish names for the streets, and it was horrible. And knockouts, game over. Yeah, no more knockouts. I think that our only knockout that got well into the money is the $27 super knockout. But we won something like $50 from that, so it's not nearly enough to cover for all the other games. Ace-3 suited would be something that would be a shove here, but King-3 suited, I just think it's going to be... And Kauris, you don't never speak Swedish. Well, it's also a problem. Swedish is officially a language, but practically every Swede or every Finlandssvensk, every Finnish that's... or every Finnish people that speak... All the Finnish people that speak Swedish also speak Finnish. If you are trying to learn Swedish and speak Swedish to them, it takes just a... and they change the language to Finnish. Because they know it perfectly and it's easier for everyone. And if you are in Sweden, you are trying to do something in Swedish, it does take... and the other side switches the language to English, because all the Swedes know pretty good English. So it's really hard as a Finn to learn any Swedish. And Aesop's Fables just had 3-bet practically everything, so I shoved Jack Queen off because I thought that I can get it. I can get more folds out of him that would be good. And Smodikin, that's something why Google Translate doesn't work for Finnish. It's because Finnish is a hard language and it's completely different from pretty much all the other languages you know. So, like, there are similarities between Swedish and English, but there are practically no familiarities between Finnish and English. All the word orders are different, and so that's something that I think like Google Translate works better from English to French or English to Dutch, but for English to Finnish, it's going to be something that's hard. Let's get hyperactive. I think like what Smodikin tried, that I'm Nikki and I can already speak Finnish, but Google Translate made it to say I'm Nikki and I am already speak Finnish. Yeah, I'm already speaking Finnish didn't translate correctly. But that's something that I got some complaints on some of my Finnish blogs. I get some comments on when I do speak and write in a quite colorful way, and when I do it, it becomes completely unfeasible for Google Translate to work on, so that's funny in a way, because it's the Google Translate got it so wrong. Not like so wrong that it would mean something else, but the Google Translate got it so wrong that you can see that it's like it's completely and utterly wrong, but you can get the main point out of it. And when he just called and checked, I think a random player might still fold some of their hands if I shove here. And that's something that they shouldn't do, that they are calling one half of their stack away, and then they are folding the flop if they don't hit. So that's something that's going to be also a really bad mistake for you to do, and I hope that you won't do it in the games. And this is an easy shove, like I think it's an easy shove with pretty much 70% of hands. And then we get called with ace-jack. Well, we are having I started some hypers that we may have, so that there is something interesting to see all the time. And on the hypers, I don't see any point because we are effectively 25 big blinds deep, so I mostly can't see any point in opening anything else than a min raise. When you can't use Google Translate, so we all need to learn Dutch. And now when we got min raised and min 4-bet, this gets interesting, and if he re-raises here we are slightly screwed, but I think that we are going to get a flop enough of time that it becomes correct for us to call here. But when he 5-bet shoves there, then it's going to be that he's always having a better hand. And Calleon said that that's kind of an advantage versus fish when using non-all-in with shallow stack. Yeah, that people can do mistakes when they are calling pre-flop and folding post-flop. That's true. And we are having in the hyper easy call with tens. When you are repeating a joke so many times, it starts to get funny. And now we are having, like, we are not having an English community, we are having an international community. When Vlor starts speaking German. That's something I didn't expect. Now I hope that we are getting a nice flop there. But it might also be that we are in a flip, and I think it has been something like 2 hours since we have won our last flip, so on screen, so it hasn't been the funnest of sets. Oh well, now we got a really good stack, and that's always good. Especially as it's the biggest game we have left. But I think that's one of the weird points of being in Finland, that for example, when I was in high school, it was mandatory for everyone in the class to learn at least 4 languages. So for example, for me it was Finnish, Swedish, English and German, so. And how's it been for me now? I can speak pretty good English. I can speak okay Swedish, and I can understand Swedish pretty well. And German, I know some of the words, but I don't know enough to do anything useful with my German. So it's like we have learned 4 languages, and like actually if I have learned 4 languages, I have learned 3 of them badly, so. Well, there are problems in the horizon. On the top right, if this would have been a suited ace, I would call, but I don't think that we are in a good enough position in a 3-way pot with. with an unsuited. And we would have been, but no way to know it beforehand. Oh, Floor got confused with Dutch and Deutsch. And on the bottom left we continue our flip good, and we flip good. And World War II stopped in Belgium as well. I think World War II stopped or did end at somewhere else, but I think the Hague is the place where most of the, or was it Nuremberg that had most of the jury hearings, or what is it? And on the bottom right, I think we are getting money in good because Lil Big Kahuna is shoving a lot here. And Vlor, I don't know if that's meant for me, that's how old I am. I need to check that. What's the... And with an ace, we are trying to get more money in the pot. World War I stopped in Belgium, in Worne. Interesting. Now we are just trying to find out, can we get enough hypers, but we are in a really good position in this $15 hyper, because I think that we were first stack-wise a moment ago, and now we are second, and we are nearing the bubble, or we are now on the cusp of the bubble, so there are plenty of opportunities to abuse the situation. And of course we are having a similar sized stack on the table, which isn't that nice. Today we have had only 2 cashes yet from 27 games. So it hasn't gone according to plan completely, but well, let's change the plan if the plan doesn't work. And our plan consists on getting some hypers to get the elusive final table to our session. And Smodikin didn't play a single MTT today. Well, I think there's still time. Isn't it like 1 hour and 10 minutes to go for today? Day in Belgium. Because we have... Actually, it's a nasty spot. With ace jack, it would have been an easy shove here. And Kaleon, hopefully Deja is doing better. Yeah, I hope so as well. It was really nice when the first hour or hour and a half, it was like a perfect run that I was reading the opponents really well and cards fell pretty well as well. And after that, I might have still read the opponents correctly, but I have had some real bad problems. Some real bad problems with some of the opponents. Opponents hitting their what it's called. The opponents hitting their flips more often than me. And yeah, Kauris, I'm playing your games. And hopefully I'm taking all the money away from your games. And Lore, I know that it isn't easy to have the at to the coach as easily as it should be. And I think it's something that we will fix, but we won't be fixing it in the near future, but we will be fixing it. Fixing it in the future. On the top left, I don't think there is that much value in betting myself, because most other high cards I can beat by just getting to the river, and there is like no use for me to bet if I'm getting the pot anyway. And I got screwed with the hypers. I love my breaks more than I love my $1, so I'm letting that hyper go to sit out. Sit out and get a break, so see you in 5. And we are back. There's just one table that is back. I lost only something like 30 chips in the hyper, so even not that bad. And of course there is like about 50 buy-ins that you can get from all of these hypers, so that's, or 50 buy-ins is about what you can get for all of these 180 mans. So for example, this $50 180 man, I think it's quite likely that it's about $750. So it's a nice payout if it happens. So now there are only 2 tables remaining on this 180 man turbo, and if I'm taking a look at the lobby, biggest stack is about 3 times my stack, and that's something I don't like that much. And this is one of those spots that most of the people know that they need to take some risks, and when they are in the money they are getting slightly, or they're getting a lot more aggressive and they are taking chances a lot more. I think then King 5 is an easy fold. And if Kauris is playing these games at the same time, we hope that we don't get into the same table, but I know Kauris' nickname, so I can move the table to the other screen, and it shouldn't be a worry. And if you are at the same table than me, please tell me so that I can switch the table. I have tables in stock just for those moments. Starts to get interesting in here. During every hand there is another elimination. I'd just like to have some of those eliminations myself, or I just like to make some of those eliminations, and I don't like to be eliminated. That's for sure. But there is there would be a lot easier to go to the next table to get a double up or get some blinds, so it's annoying to end up into heads up against Kauris. Well, I don't matter. It doesn't matter. Money is money. And we have had our clashes with Kauris. I still remember the one promo that needed to be a team game. And Kauris did eliminate me on pretty much all of the tables. This is one of those moments that it would be really good to get some good cards. But oh well. I guess we need to make do without. Because the opponent is an unknown and he's only raising small, I'm going to be folding this because I perceive that the opponent's range will be stronger than a general random's range here if he shoves. Yeah, for the stream it would be annoying because then last game would be in the same final table and cannot show it. Actually, Sunfes had a interesting moment. Sunfes was in the same final table with Markus Y, but Markus Y just left the coaching, but it was an interesting one. Something that we haven't had in here, that usually in MTTs it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you play the same games, because usually you aren't getting to the same tables. But sometimes well, I can't remember if you were at the same promotion, but it was interesting. This Queen 9 suited will be a quick shove if we don't get... if we just get our spot. Markus Y. Yeah, Markus Y. And if you are joining the stream, please use the 720p or 180p as the quality, because then you can see everything clearly. And all the other quality options are pretty much giving some scramble, and it's not easy to follow what we are doing here. On the top right corner, it's annoying that we need to do something, but we don't either have the cards or we don't have the situation, so our stack just slowly dwindles away. And Jack 9 off is probably good enough, even though there are the 0-0 Megacho 0-0 that needs to call any two. And Kauris is soon winning an 180 man. What size of 180 man is it? I remember on one 180 man, it was interesting because we had one, I think it was Portuguese opponent, and when we got to the final table, he got the first big blind. He got like 2 big blinds left. He folded it to a small blind raise. Then he got the small blind. He folded it to a button raise. So he had like 1/2 of a big blind left. And it took something like, I think, next 20 or 40 hands. And he was with me. In the heads up situation, he got something like 40k chips on the table and I got 230k. Then we played the remaining hands. I think it took us like 50 seconds to play through the rest of the game. We are having just 1.5 big blinds and we are having deuces, so we are going to get it all in. And a $2.5 180 man, so it's one of the bigger ones that Kauris plays, so sounds good. Take it to the end. And on the top right, I just won a flip. But it's still quite the survival game going on there. With 6.3k stacks, so I'm having less than 4 big blinds, so I'm playing mostly to survive. That's something that I usually don't like to do. But the story was about that you can always, when you are having chips, you can always win the game you are in, so never lose your hope as long as you have chips. And Vlor, good night. And we are, with these final 3 turnies, we are going to end this set. Because now we lost our final normal speed or turbo speed game. So it's going to be... Now it's going to be just these hypers, and they are usually not taking that long. And it was kind of a unsatisfying night in a way that no final tables thus far. We might still get one on the hypers, so we are still having options. And I thought that after this I'm going to have a long walk. And now when I'm listening outside that it's raining like... Well, can't say it even though this is for adults only. I still don't wanna say it, but it's raining a lot. So, no stressless walk for me. Sometimes the world isn't easy. But well, we are having 3 games left, and on one more we are not having a particularly good stack on any of these games, which isn't that good. I would have hoped better, but well, we'll see how it goes. There's ace-king on the top right, and I think that we are now getting it in, and we are getting it in good. And Kauris, I'm not going for a walk. If it's like walking to a wall of just... If it's like walking to a waterfall, I don't see the good points in going for a walk. It just makes everything darker and cloudier than it already is. So now we are having only 2 games left. And for these games, the strategy is pretty much the same, that we are trying to fight our stack bigger in both of these, and we are having just 10 BBs, so this is quite a good shove practice as well. And I just saw Deja going back to her office with a cider, so I think she has already finished working today. And final table for Kauris. Okay. Now get the trophy. On the top left, or on the left table, if it comes unopened to us, we are going to shove this 6-5 suited. And we are going to shove pretty widely. When we are having an unknown opponent, we can even shove any 2, even though he's the biggest stack. I think that generally people are just folding too much, and now we got screwed. I don't know, I'm thinking about also flat calling, or only calling from the small blind. I just think that when we are such short stacked compared to the flop, it makes it really hard for me to do it profitably with such a generally weak hand. And now I'm getting a bit worried. It rains a ton outside, and I think my screens just flickered twice, like if there is a small electric fault in the system, so I'm not liking this. Not singing in the rain, but grinding in the storm. Definitely need 1 or 2 or 3 and maybe 4. Nah. I think I'm getting mopey. And probably I'm going to need a beer. After all this, I'm going to need a beer. And for sure it hasn't been our better nights. I think right now we are having 30 games finished and 3 cashes, so it could have gone better. On the 5 king suited we are going to shove it if it comes to us unopened. And we got a shove spot. I wonder a bit on what Lucas Pata 7 can even fold there. And now with Ace King, no matter what they do in before me, I'm going to go all in anyway. But I'd say now it starts to look better on the right side hyper. Actually, we can look at the lobby on what my stack size looks like and what are decent stack sizes. It was quite huge when I was raised from like 49th to 29th for just winning 1 pot, and here we are like in 2 different games. And actually we got it against Kauris, and Kauris holds. Hey, there are my chips. Take good care of them. Well, I don't think that Kauris will be abusing us with the stream. Because it was like... it was like 15 seconds in the same table. I think it was pretty same for Chanfes as well, that when Markusy and Chanfes got to the final table together, it was like 1 hand and then Chanfes was out, so... sometimes it ain't easy. Luckily Kauris is out of the other one, so I can focus on... I can just focus on winning it without Kauris taking all of my chips. Oh well, at least my chips went to another Poker-Imanian, so... oh well. That's something that happens. I think with king 10 off. This is about on the edge because the big blind is already all in. If the big blind would have something like 1000 chips, I think it would have been an easy shove, but right now I think that it's on the edge, and we are already losing one king here and we are against queens, so it pretty much sucks. If we are looking at what today brought us, well, it wasn't the best of sessions, but only 200 bucks minus. It's actually better than what I expected. And I hope to take some of the hands to the forum later on, so I'm trying to remember to do it today, but it might take me longer than that. But oh well. Now it's time to say the goodbyes. So if you liked what you saw today, please register to our forum. Please subscribe to our channel in YouTube, like our Facebook page, or follow us on Twitter so you'll know whatever happens with PokerEyemania. And we hope to see you again. If you are going to sleep, have a good night. And if you carry on playing poker, may this be the winningest possible night for you. See you!